Hello, my name is Flora Huang, and I'm from Philadelphia, USA.
Hello, we are Women in Data Science.
I became a WIDS ambassador because I dream of an equitable world where empowered women help humanity make better decisions through data science.
As a woman, I'm hoping more Peruvian women would be motivated to join this exciting field.
The WIDS community has really enhanced my sense of purpose in these life goals, and it has really built my confidence in such a meaningful way to be able to mentor, motivate, and support others.
The most rewarding and impactful aspect about my work as a clinical data scientist is to use the data generated by doctors, nurses, and the healthcare system to improve the care of future patients.
I'm delighted to bring this event to Pakistan along with so many WIDS ambassadors worldwide so that we can inspire all young girls or women to take up career in data science.
The use of data science to address climate change and sustainability issues continues to inspire me in my data science journey.
Through WIDS Alexandria, I've got the chance to meet with brilliant female professors, learn about the research, and bring that to my community as well.
I'm a WIDS ambassador because I wanted to inspire more young girls like me to join the field of data science, and I believe that in the future there must be more women in this field.
I'm really excited to continue bringing WIDS events to my school and schools across Australia to empower girls to get involved in the field.
It's great that we've got Women in Data Science events and know that there's so many more inspiring stories as part of the Women in Data Science journey.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Bertozzi, and I am a chemist who works in the area of drug discovery. I've had many opportunities in my life to collaborate with data scientists. They've been absolutely central to the work that we do. We couldn't have made the discoveries that we've made without having people to analyze very large data sets and to help us find hidden trends within them. Now, when I was growing up, I was somewhat insulated from the idea that women or girls couldn't be scientists because I came from a family of scientists. And when I was in college, I learned that not everyone had that privilege. I hope that all of you women data scientists or aspiring data scientists will truly feel that you belong in the field, because I believe it, and your participation is absolutely essential for us to bring the full benefits of data science to solve the big problems in humanity. So just as I was so fortunate to have a family that created an environment where I could believe in myself as a scientist, I'm hoping that you all have the confidence to pursue your dreams and that you help the generation that follows you in the same way that hopefully someone of my generation can be of help to you. Good luck with all of your work.
Bună ziua! Dați-mi voie să vă mulțumesc încă o dată că ați acceptat invitația noastră și vă aflați astăzi aici, într-o vreme în care toate se desfășoară vijelios, în care avem parte de evenimente tumultuoase care ne țin cu sufletul la gură, iar noi, cei de la 360 Think Tank, am ales să organizăm un eveniment frumos și normal, să celebrăm venirea primăverii, să onorăm Ziua Femeii, să o punem în centrul atenției pentru a evidenția calitățile sale de om de știință. Ca de fiecare dată, facem acest lucru într-un mod inedit, prin intermediul științei datelor, alături de partenerii noștri Stanford University. Așadar, iată-ne astăzi la cea de-a treia ediție a conferinței Women in Data Science, care respectă conceptul american și pune în lumina reflectoarelor rolul și implicarea femeii în domeniul data science-ului, dar vine să se murleze pe realitățile românești și pe specificul contextului actual pe care îl traversăm. Acesta este și motivul pentru care WIDS România 2023 s-a focalizat cu precădere pe subiecte de interes actual, precum industria spațială, securitate, blockchain, protecția datelor, inteligența artificială, punându-se accentul pe modul în care utilizarea și valorificarea datelor au condus la crearea unui mediu pașnic, sănătos și normal. Pe parcursul celor 4 paneluri veți face cunoștință cu invitatele noastre extraordinare, care au o vastă experiență în domenii de activitate ce sunt legate prin limbajul comun al datelor și care vă vor prezenta idei inovative și practici ale erei digitale. Acum, dați-mi voie să vă prezint pe colaboratoarea noastră, doamna Andreea Negru, președinta Asociației pentru Dezvoltarea Antreprenoriatului Autohton, care ne va fi alături pe parcursul întregii conferințe și vă va da detalii prețioase despre invitatele noastre. Vă mulțumesc și dau legătura. Mulțumesc!
Vă spun și eu bună dimineața și bun găsit. I will switch to English. It is a pleasure for me to be here today with you to celebrate together Women's Day at Women in Data Science. As you already know, and Ana Maria already told us, this is the 3rd edition, and this year brings in the spotlight the artificial intelligence, metaverse, and Web3, the digital future of humanity. We all know that the future is digital, and this will influence our lives, our works, and of course our education. This is the reason why we want to show the importance of data science nowadays more than ever. So in different fields such as aerospace, defense, data security, privacy, industries, everything is all about the future. So, about all this and much more we will discuss today with our special guests. But first of all, let me start with someone who will tell us more about the importance of data science, of the new technology in Romania. I will introduce Mr. Sebastian Burduja, Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitalization. He gave us a short interview, a short video about the importance of women in data science, of the technology nowadays. Let's together see this.
Bună ziua tuturor, distinși invitați, dragi organizatori. Sunt Sebastian Burduja, ministrul Cercetării, Inovării și Digitalizării și absolvent al Universității Stanford Promoția 2008, ciclul licență. Sunt la Paris, unde tocmai am avut o întâlnire foarte bună cu omologul meu, ministrul Digitalizării, și vreau să vă transmit câteva gânduri care se leagă de perspectivele României în zona de transformare digitală, implicarea femeilor în această direcție de modernizare a țării și, bineînțeles, admirația mea pentru demersul pe care dumneavoastră îl desfășurați. Este vital să implicăm toate energiile din societate în transformarea digitală a României și avem pentru prima dată un guvern al României care, prin vocea prim-ministrului, spune că transformarea digitală este prioritate zero. Avem și câteva premize foarte bune în România. suntem printre primele țări din Uniunea Europeană în ceea ce privește ponderea femeilor în sectorul IT&C. De asemenea, în zona de inteligență artificială, avem datele de la OECD AI Observatory, unde 38% din toate lucrările pe AI sunt cu femei în calitate de autori sau coautori ai acestor lucrări. De asemenea, pregătim un amplu efort național în zona de inteligență artificială. Comitetul Român de Inteligență Artificială, unde femeile din acest sector sunt binevenite să aplice, să se implice. Proiectul Ion, nu se cheamă Ioana, se cheamă Ion pentru că în oglindă Ion înseamnă noi și acest noi înseamnă și femei, și bărbați, și toți românii, dar de asemenea sunt femei, cercetători, implicate în echipa de proiect, implicate în zona de comunicare, implicate într-un proiect care deja a făcut înconjurul lumii. Vreau să vă încurajez să continuați efortul pe care îl desfășurați, să continuați să promovați implicarea femeilor în STEM, în specializările științelor exacte, în sectorul de IT&C. În ultimul rând, vreau să vă spun o parte din experiența mea la Universitatea Stanford. O universitate care s-a distins în timp prin programe academice de excelență, dar și o comunitate bazată pe integritate. La primul examen pe care l-am susținut la Universitatea Stanford, eram în primul an și am avut marea surpriză că profesorul a ieșit din sală. Am rămas practic doar studenții, ceea ce pentru mine, bazat pe experiența din România, era un lucru cu totul neobișnuit. Stanford are un cod de onoare, un cod pe care și-l asumă fiecare student, fiecare profesor, un cod care spune că trebuie să ai integritate în tot ceea ce faci. Iată deci un principiu pe care trebuie să-l aplicăm și noi în România, în munca noastră, în efortul pe care îl desfășurăm și inclusiv în zona de transformare digitală, cu toate problemele ei conexe, cu toate marile întrebări în zona de etică, în zona de progres versus protecția drepturilor și libertăților individuale. Încă o dată vreau să susțin cu toată tăria implicarea femeilor, inițiative tipul Women in Tech, să laud faptul că România pe această dimensiune stă bine și trebuie să stea și mai bine pe viitor. Vă rog să contați pe noi și să ne vedem în persoană la evenimentele următoare.
Așadar a fost mesajul ministrului Sebastian Burduja. It was the message of Minister of Research, Innovation and Digitalization regarding the importance of data science nowadays. And now I will invite Ms. Pamela Ward, Minister Counselor and Regional Senior Commercial Officer, U.S. Embassy of Romania, here to present the message. Please.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I have to begin by saying how happy I am to be talking to you face-to-face today. I was so honored to participate in the WIDS Romania program for the first time as a virtual speaker last year, and I greatly enjoyed hearing from all the other speakers about their passions and experience in data science. Yet, being here in person with all these accomplished women is so energizing, and I'm excited to spend the day learning and speaking with you. As the U.S. Department of Commerce's Regional Senior Commercial Officer for Southeast Europe, I work with both the U.S. and European public and private sectors on every aspect of our commercial relationship and trade policy. From that viewpoint, I can confirm what everyone here knows today. Data and data science are at the center of nearly everything we do. It drives innovation, makes once difficult things easier, and offers possibilities for addressing some of the critical issues of the future, like energy and environment. Data also raises important questions about how we can protect privacy and security. All of these issues will be discussed in depth today in the panels, mostly by companies, organizations, and governments based in Romania or other parts of Europe. While the issues are largely global in nature, and there is a great amount of consensus on how the United States and Europe view them, I'd like to speak briefly on some of the areas involving data and data science in which we are in greatest agreement and others where we have differing approaches despite similar goals. The United States is a global leader in innovation and entrepreneurship because it values the free and open exchange of ideas. In January, the Biden-Harris administration announced the launch of the Year of Open Science to advance national open science policy, provide access to the results of the nation's taxpayer-supported research, accelerate discovery and innovation, promote public trust, and drive more equitable outcomes. Data is key to that effort. Among the many steps the U.S. government is taking to advance open science is the 5th U.S. Open Government National Action Plan. This plan includes commitments from multiple departments, agencies, and offices to ensure that, consistent with law, the public has access to federal government data, research, and information, and to empower citizens to participate in the work of government. Innovations come from many sources, and by creating an open environment for sharing data and research, a process we welcome all nations to join, the United States is seeding the ground for advances in future industries and in finding solutions to the planet's biggest challenges. The U.S. government also recognizes the importance of digitalization and digital access to solving these challenges and helping facilitate both responsive government and profitable trade. From the December launch of a $350 million initiative to expand digital access and strengthen digital environments in Africa, to its consistent support for digitalization in the United States and elsewhere, the Biden-Harris administration has been a champion for making every person an active participant in the global digital economy. As countries like Romania work to expand the digitalization of services and commerce, the skills of data scientists will be essential to their success. Of course, we can't talk about the value of data science and data to the future without addressing the equally important concerns about data privacy and security. Fundamentally, as U.S. Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo said recently, the EU and the U.S. share some of the same values around privacy, its protection, and democracies and open society. It is so important for job growth, but it's also national to economic security that the EU and the US collaborate together, that these standards comply and are consistent with all our shared values. While the United States and the European Union have differences in how we best achieve our shared objectives, the Biden-Harris administration is working proactively as a collaborator with our European partners, announcing a deal in principle on the EU-US data privacy framework last year. The framework represents the culmination of a joint effort by the United States and the European Commission to restore trust and stability in the transatlantic data flows that reflects the strength of the enduring EU-US relationship based on our shared values. Once adopted, it will restore stability to the transatlantic data flows that are critical to enabling the $7.1 trillion EU-US economic relationship. US and EU companies, large and small, across all sectors of the economy, rely upon cross-border trade data flows to participate in the digital economy and expand economic opportunities. Now, I'll conclude with a topic that is especially dear to my heart, and probably to yours: women's empowerment and women's advancement in STEM. At last year's WIDS conference, I spoke about the relatively low number of women in data science and STEM careers, and the importance of changing that reality. Since then, I have helped launch a US commercial service and AmChams in Europe initiative to advance women's economic empowerment in international business and trade. The Empower Her initiative is a collaborative effort to encourage and promote activities, programs, and actions in support of that goal. As data and data-driven activities like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and international trade become ever more important to our lives, economies, the future, it is imperative that women not only are included in the development and utilization of the building blocks of future industries, but they are leaders in those efforts. And I see current leaders and future leaders all in this audience. Today's panels are filled with outstanding examples of that expertise and leadership that women provide. I hope all of today's participants will work to adapt the Empower Her goals and create or expand your efforts to mentor, advance, and champion women in STEM and data science. Thank you again for the opportunity to share this room with such an impressive group of experts, and I look forward to the rest of the day and the prospect of working with you to advance women in data science. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela, for all the wonderful words. And now I will invite Ms. Claudia Benchescu, Under Secretary of State for Public Order and Security, Minister of Internal Affairs, for her speech. Please give her a big round of applause, please.
Good morning. Thank you very much. What a better way to spend our Women's Day other than celebrating women in science or women in professional works of expertise. I think nothing can help us celebrate better. I'm very honored to be here to participate in this third edition of the Women in Data Science, which offers us, as we have become accustomed, bold approaches to some of the challenges and realities of our present and future society. In recent years, at the level of various European and international organizations active in the field of security, the involvement of women has been promoted at different levels of activity. At the level of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which I represent here today, although we cannot yet speak of an optimal level of staffing of female in the central structure and units subordinate to the central apparatus, the percentage is over 50% of the occupied position, and 14% of employed women in our ministry have leadership positions. Regarding the involvement of women in the field of data science, according to the Digital Economy and Society Index in 2022, Romania maintains its leading positions in terms of the proportion of women specialists in the field of information and communication technology in the workforce, second place, as well as the number of ICT graduates, where we rank fourth. Our country also scores in terms of connectivity, which is the criteria by which we get the best score. However, coordinated and sustained efforts are needed to increase performance in the integration of digital technologies and digital public services in order to boost citizens' use of e-government services. Digitalization is a permanent priority of the current government, and our ministry is no exception, actively contributing to the digital transformation of the public sector in accordance with the national and European policy in the field of e-government for 2021-2030. In all our efforts, we focus on the citizen, who is the target of the entire digitization process. The electronic services that our ministry is developing offer Romanians the same possibilities of relating to the state that other European citizens already have. The main mission is to guarantee the fundamental rights and freedoms for all Romanians. We undertake as an institution to protect the citizen's life, but it's important to make it easier, especially by digitizing the public services we order. In this segment of activity, there is a constant concern for identifying effective solutions aimed at reducing bureaucracy and shortening waiting times at counters. Considering the accelerated technological evolution that the information societies currently experience, at the Home Affairs Ministry level, the software development activity was mainly focused on digital transformation at the institutional level, as well as on the increase in the number of services offered to citizens, limited to the field of e-government, e-administration, and e-identity. We have already operationalized over 200 applications developed through our own resources, which means in-house. The structure of the ministry also managed 150 public websites of the institution, as well as the communication channels suitable for new generation and social networks. The areas of action in the digitization plan aimed at the development and provision of electronic services to citizens, the business environment, employees of the Home Affairs Ministry, and the government institutions at the development of applications in order to bureaucratize and simplify internal workflows at the internal level. Furthermore, I will give you some examples of what our work has been dedicated recently. We have this criminal record certificates in the electronic system, which is our latest application developed. Until a month ago, every person who needed this certificate had to go in person to a police station to get it. So this is a service implemented from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitalization, starting February 1st, through a project pilot, which will be extended until the end of 2023. The pilot version of the application allows the issuance of criminal record certificates of Romanian citizenship who are not registered in the records of the National System of Evidence of the Romanian Judicial Record. Thus, the service becomes available 24 out of 24, 7 days a week, without being conditioned by the work schedule with the public, facilitating the interconnection of the services of public institutions. Second, we have the electronic identity card, another important project which allows the citizen to authenticate in the IT systems of the Home Affairs Ministry and other public or private institutions, as well as the use of the electronic signature in accordance with the law. In the pilot stage, carried out at the level of the municipality of Cluj-Napoca, almost 5,500 electronic identity cards were issued and 11 biometric data acquisition kits were installed and tested, an action that had the effect of a significant increase in the number of applications received, getting from approximately 15 to 100 per day. We also have the integrated information system for issuing civil status acts. This system aims to simplify the administrative procedures applicable to citizens by computerizing the system for submitting applications for registration and issuing civil status documents, as well as implementing the necessary support to the development and access of electronic services based on primary civil status. Thus, all the flows issuing civil status documents will be modernized: birth, marriage, divorce, death through the full implementation, both at the central level and at the local level. Fourth, we have a service hub, which is an electronic services supply center. As a substantial part of the digital reform that we have undertaken at the Ministry of Home Affairs level, we are implementing this project, which aims to simplify the access to citizens and the private sector to the services provided. Our services from the eHub will be a one-stop shop for most of citizens' need in relation to the ministry, a single online government counter office that allows 24 out of 7 access from anywhere to all our e-services. Thus, citizens will no longer have to go to the counter. Their relationship with the ministry will be able to be carried out with just a few clicks, wanting to ensure support for consolidated access to a number of at least 5 electronic services based on live events. Dear participants, we all know that development of e-public services and IT&C infrastructure contributes decisively to the real transformation of the way public institutions work. By issuing the documents and by launching different types of digital public services accessed based on the electronic identity card and the advanced signature issued by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, we will be able to take the ministry to another level. This is precisely why, at this moment, key investments in infrastructure are essential to strengthen existing capacities. In the coming period, we want to develop electronic public services focused on the user, on the citizens. The web applications and the portal through which electronic public services are delivered will be constantly improved so that the user's experience is as pleasant as possible and he can interact as easily as possible with the structures, benefit from personalized services. New technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, machine learning, Internet of Things, the satellite field and space technologies offer new opportunities for development. So for the implementation of innovative technologies, Ministry of Internal Affairs proposes to carry out applied research by implementing pilot projects and testing their applicability together with partners from the government, private and academic sectors. There is no transformation in human history that has not sparked debate, and now we are witnessing the digital transformation at all levels of Romanian society, from the education of children and adults to the business environment and public institution. From an institutional perspective, it is a paradigm shift in the interaction between citizens and institutions, and technological progress represents an advantage for the citizens. I strongly believe that the field of data science represents a professional environment in which women can participate actively, integrally, being a role model both for male colleagues, but especially for the next generation of girls. I appreciate the way that women relate to this field today has a major potential to influence the general population's perception of it, as well as new technologies. This has been my message prepared from my colleagues today. Before ending and wishing you all a very pleasant day, I would just like to thank the organizers for this beautiful event, and also to my team from the Home Affairs Ministry, which are here today, and I hope that you can interact with us and with them through the whole day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presence here. Now we'll move on with Alina Popa, CFO and member of Executive Board of OMV Petrom. In your applause, please, Ms. Popa.
Thank you very much. It's a great joy and honor for me to be here. I'm really, really happy. And I'll start by saying Happy Women's Day to all the women being here and all the women watching us online. Thank you for spending your day with us, and I wish you really a great spring and great life. I would like to thank also to the men being present here today. Thank you, and also to all the men making our lives beautiful and nice. I wish you good celebrations with the important women in your lives. I strongly believe in contribution of women in all fields of activity. Women bring passion, they bring responsibility, and they bring love in what they are doing. And if you have these three things, only sky is the limit. We can achieve anything, really anything. I strongly believe in diversity, gender diversity, culture diversity. It was great to see the movie at the beginning of the event. Diversity of thought and perspective brings huge value in any business activity, in any organization of any kind. I'll start talking a bit about OMV Petrom's strategy. We have a strategy which we launched 1.5 years ago. It's a strategy of transformation for a lower carbon future. We will invest 11 billion euro capex in making this strategy possible until 2030. And the purpose we have is to reinvent essentials for sustainable living. We need to reinvent oil, gas, fuels for the future of our children and our planet. Our strategy has 3 pillars. Number 1, it's about traditional activities. We still need for a while oil and gas. And here it's not about growth, it's about efficiency, optimization. It's about being competitive overall. The second pillar, it's about regional gas, growing regional gas. And here I hope that some of you heard about our Neptune project. This is a Black Sea deep water project that will bring a lot of gas to Romania. This is a major and strategic project for our country. that will really change fundamentally our future. It has been delayed for some years, but now we are closer than ever to a final investment decision in mid of 2023. This project, especially in current context, it's even more strategic because this project will make Romania being a net exporter of gas in a period where Europe needs it so much. The third pillar of our strategy is basically about future. It's about low and zero carbon projects. And here it's a lot about technology. We look into renewables, we look and research biofuels, hydrogen, carbon capture and storage. It's a lot of challenge, but this is the future. And we invest today in order to be successful tomorrow. I'll continue a bit in talking about finance world and finance profession because I strongly believe the future of finance profession will be fundamentally different than what it is today. Today, most of our time, we finance professionals, we spend in preparing numbers, preparing reports, doing repetitive activities. All this will be automated. And the future of finance professionals is about understanding data, using data science in enabling decision-making process. And this is a huge change, and we need to prepare organizations and countries to be able to cope with this change. We have 3 programs which we do in OMV Petrom in finance area in order to be prepared for the future. First one I would like to refer to is simplification project. You know, when you are in a big company, the bigger the company, the more complex it is. And being complex means being slow. And people around us don't have patience to wait anymore for information. I will not go into the debate if this is right or wrong, because I personally believe some more patience will be useful many times around us. But in business world, people want information fast, accurate information fast. That's why we are very intentional about changing our processes in a way that they are simple, lean, and then enable information to move fast to decision makers. Next program to mention is digitalization program. It's called Digital Finance. I think we all here, and I'm sure also those watching us, strongly believe the future will be digital. The faster we are able to digitalize everywhere, and not only digitalize, but doing it in a smart way, because you know, big companies have a lot of systems, meaning a lot of interfaces, and we need to be very smart about how to do that, the more successful we will be. The third program is the one which is the closest to my heart, which is called Skills of the Future. It's a program where we have an organization of finance professionals in OMV Petrom, overall around 450 people. We need to prepare these people to have the skills that future needs. So we developed this program, and the KPI, have a lot of KPIs, like in any big company. The KPI I'm the most proud of is the one saying that more than 95% of our finance people have a development plan. Meaning have a one-pager where they know where they want to be from development point of view in 1, 2, 3 years. This is essential, and I strongly believe in learning. It's so important until the last day of our lives. So we try to support this. We have 3 categories: digital skills, technical skills, and soft skills. And for each category, we have detailed curricula and detailed plans on how we want the organization to go. One very important skill we develop, it's about data analytics. It's about data science. we put together a program called Data Citizen Program in OMV Petrom, where we promote data analytics, we promote development of the people to know to use data in the best way. We have a lot of trainings. Thank you. Yes, it's good. So we do have a data citizen program, and we do have also a lot of trainings and pilot projects. One of the first projects we did into data analytics is cash flow forecasting using past data. We look at past data and we try to forecast the cash flows of the future, which brings, of course, not only accuracy, but also speed. So I'm very thankful to all my colleagues. I'm also very proud that we have 3 teams that participated into the competition for data science. I'm very proud of each and one of them, and looking at some of them here in the room, thank you for doing that. Now, I would like to end a bit with some personal perspective. My favorite quote comes from Gandhi, which says, "Be the change you want to see in the world." Each and every one of us influence people around us. And the more leadership position you have, the more influence you have on the people around you. Every morning when we wake up, we are making a choice. We can choose to complain or blame others for what is not perfect in our life, or we can choose to change what we can change, what is in our power to change. And change, dear participants, it's always hard. If you believe you change something and you do not feel that is hard, most likely you do not change anything. Because change, it's always hard. Changing skills to data science, changing an organization to be enabled by data science, it's hard, but change is beautiful at the end. Being here today, all of you, contribute to a change process, contribute to having a better world for the future enabled by data science. I thank you very much for that. I want to thank very much to organizers, to all participants, to those watching us, and to those competing for this program. It's a great event. I'm very honored, and I wish you to continue with a great 8th of March and a great spring. Thank you.
We also thank you, Alina Popa, such an inspiration words about women, data science, the progress of technology, and so on. And now I will invite Ms. Mioara Manda, head the Science Coordination Department, Centre National d'Études Spatiales. Please, you have the floor. In your applause, of course. Here you are.
I'm awaiting my presentation. Okay, I can start. So, dear ladies, dear gentlemen, I'm really very happy to be here with you to spend and to share this very special day. It's special for me, it's special for you. For me, it's very special because being back home in Romania after so many years for this Women's Day, it's important and it's really in my heart. So thank you, the organizer, for inviting me, and I hope to spend a very nice moment with you today. And I move this a little bit, could be better, yeah. So to start with, I think it's very important to see a little bit where have we been. And I'm not going to start with decades ago when I started somehow my job as data scientist, because, and here I switch in Romania, am fost a treia promoție a Liceului de Informatică din Iași. So, it was great at that time. But today I'm going to say a little bit where have we been 2 decades ago, and I'm starting with around 2000, where we were. We were at the time of cloud, we were at the time at data sources, we were at the time of storage of documents and so on, and we started open data, very, very important. And we moved very quickly, and some 10 years after, we completely changed. And here in this slide, and I tell you it's the only slide with some very French information and in French. So we are in the area of services. This time, have a look. On one side, for example, if we have on your left side, it's really linked to health system. What we try to show is that we offer access this access is unique, is transparent, is securized to all information about person. So this is important. On the other side, we move to something new, which is how to put together information for a field. And here's the example is on agricultural data hub, and we can see how many farmers are involved in this program, how much this represents as percentage of people using the data hub in this, you can think very far away system for data analysis and the budget involved. But now I will move to challenges in space. Why digital related space is important. And I put here a few keywords. My very first one is knowledge, it's science, because I'm a scientist, and for me science is very important. And I give only one example. Here it's a French mission called Microscope. This mission was very important because we were able to show, and these results were published in September last year. If you can move the slide, it will be better. On the screen, okay. It's on this screen, it's not on the other one, doesn't matter. So we were, we were able to show for the very first time that the Einstein's gravity principle still is correct with the precision of 10 of the power minus 15. So you can imagine with which precision we were able to measure. If we move to life and environment, we are around Earth. We have something as 5,000 satellites orbiting our planet, and these satellites, what they are doing, they offer us data. But it's not enough to have data. We have to process all this data in order to understand how our planet works, how our planet changes. Another keyword is money, it's funding. And here what I chose for you, it's European Space Agency budget for this year. And what you can see, it's around 7 billion years, and it's shared between very important parts. It's Earth observation, it's science, it's human technology, it's navigation. All this, it's important. And finally, space is dream. It's very important for us and for our little ones. And we have our star, Thomas Pesquet. It's our astronaut at heart, and I can tell you that in France, every single boy wants to be Thomas Pesquet tomorrow. So I'm staying with Earth observation, and here is something very important. In one of the program called Copernicus, is European Union program, and why it's important? First of all, because it's synced as a series of satellites called Sentinels. And all these satellites, they will provide data, but not only, also services. At the beginning, I can tell you that these satellites offering this huge amount of data, and you can see this in the graph upper right. is only for Sentinel-1, and from 2014 to 2028, of course, with some forecasting of data, we move, you can see, for less than 5,000 to more or nearly 25,000 terabytes. So it's huge amount of power. Of the beginning, when we have sent Sentinels in space, we were somehow frustrating because we have the program in our mind. Europe provides this program, builds the satellites, sends the satellites, but the data were mainly used on the other side of the Atlantic by Americans. So we said, well, we have to do something. We have to be a little bit more agile in being also involved in data processing. And what we have done with all these services, and we combine Copernicus data with European Space Agency's data, with EUMETSAT data, or with other data sets in order to arrive to the end user and offer services. And Copernicus is also not only a service, it's also science. And you can have here in the graph down the number of publications, and you can see something as nearly 12,000 publications based on Copernicus data, either in conference paper in blue or in articles in referred journals in green. So very important mission. Now to stay with Earth observation, we have two ends. On one side, we have measurements. We have volume of data, precision of data, revisits. And here what we deal with, it's satellite, one single satellite, or satellite family, or constellations. And on the other hand, we have explosion of services. And I show you something about precision farming, but also about GHG emissions, or about digital twins. And here is the example I would like to show to you, something about digital twins, what it is. It's a program on one side, the European Space Agency part, and this program, Digital Twin Earth, will help to see, to monitor, to forecast natural but also human activity of our planet. We'll be also able to monitor the health of our planet, to perform simulations, how Earth works, how it will be change all the system, and also will provide support for sustainable development. It's really very, very important in order to respond to the urgent challenges and the targets addressed by Green Deal. CNES, so French Space Agency, where I work, is involved with Digital Twin Factory. What we want to do, we want to structure our technical activities around this digital twin theme. We want to better support the industrial fabric and research in European or even international activities. We want to promote the transfer of technological advances to the industrial world, and of course, to have the plus value of the space data for research and also for industry. How it works, so again, on one side, we have data, space data, which is a huge amount of data. We have also some other constraints from the physical world and from in situ or context entries. And we provide access to data, generic interfaces, massive calculation with an innovative algorithm on space data, and some extraction of information to end with data cubes or a visualization dashboard. The French new space landscape is very complicated, and I have two slides here. The very first one, it's showing the infrastructures. You can see lots of bubbles with orbit logistic, with subsystems, onboard equipment, satellites, source segment, very important, orbit opportunity, launchers, and association. And you can see lots of logos of different new actors in space. This is very important because space today is not only the big, well-known name as European Space Agency, as NASA, as ESA. It's also all these new actors, and it's important. But we have also what is the other side? Services. And we have to move to raw data to services. And here you can see lots of services also in France linked to urban development and infrastructure, insurance, mobility, environmental services, and general public, tourism, and health. So I will finish to answer another important question. Why all these efforts? And here I have three main items on which I would like to bring your attention. The first one is data market, because we have a market. If you can see in APSIS, we have the information for 2021. On the vertical scale, you have what the market share in 2031. So of course, we have a very clear tendencies for different sectors, and it's nearly the same for road, automobile, or infrastructures, but or agriculture, or urban development and cultural heritage. But have a look what Alina said. I think it's insurance and finance. This is really very important, and it's important also to see how it will be done using satellite data. Why all these efforts for science? And here I took another example for an ESA mission, a very important ESA mission. It's to understand where we are in this universe. Here you have a three-dimensional map of our galaxy with a huge precision. Gaia Release 3 was done recently and contains the positions at 1.8 billion of stars. So you can imagine, we can see all these stars where they are around us. And we have also more information about parallaxes, proper motions and color for 1.5 billion of stars. So data and results obtained from this data. And also I show here the publication, which is really a very important number here, using Gaia data. And finally, why all these efforts for us, for the society? And here I took a very recent event. It was, as you know, it is an earthquake in Turkey a month ago, and we launched the Space and Major Disaster Charter. This is an international program, and all space agencies are ready to offer free data in order to understand what's happened in an area. And here you have two images of Kahramanmaraş city before and after earthquake. What you can see on the right side, it's, for example, in this stadium, all these little points. These are tents implemented here to help the populations. And you have to think that this image is taken with a satellite situated at more than 700 kilometers. And we have these details because we have very good instruments, but very good data processing behind. This is a French instrument on Pléiades. And this is another example. This time it's Antakya city, and again you can see the images before and after. This is really very, very important because it's the only possibility to have real field data and to be able to help populations to see if a bridge is here or not, from where to bring the help to population. And with this, I will finish just to say what next. We have to think of future, and where is our future? I think we have to consider AE to Earth observation. We have to understand strategy for high performance distributed deep learning, and very important, I think we have to think of quantum computing technology. This is here, it's just next door, and we have to see the future of this technology and how we can use for Earth observation, science, and application. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Miwara Amanda, for this wonderful presentation. I have in my mind this question, why we are here in this universe, and I hope with the knowledge of data science we will have the right answer, maybe soon than ever. Hope. Miwara is the keynote speaker of this event, so we will meet her in 10 minutes at the second panel, Aerospace and Defense. So ladies and gentlemen, let's have a break of 10 minutes and we will be back with the second panel, Aerospace and Defense. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, gentlemen, for these messages. And in 10 minutes, we will be back here.
More sun, more road trips, more energy, cleaner energy. This is what we want for the future. We started the transformation to lead the energy transition in Romania and Southeast Europe. We will invest to develop low and zero carbon projects, to supply energy and cleaner mobility. We will increase the share of gas in our portfolio. And we focus on current business to generate value and ensure security of supply. For our people, for our customers, for our communities. Responsibly and passionately, for a sustainable future.
Now when I was a little boy, I had something in my bucket. Now I'm a man of 21. You know, baby, we can have a lot of fun. I'm a man.
MAN provides the solution for any problem directly to their mechanics. Literally. With WebEx Expert On Demand and RealWare's industrial strength assisted reality solution, there is no problem you can't solve.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will start the second panel, Aerospace and Defense, and let me introduce our speakers today. Mioara Amanda, Head of Science Coordination Department, Center National d'Etudes Spatiales. You already know her from the first panel. Bianca Diana Turnanu, Avionics Engineer, Aircraft's Danish Ministry of Defense. Welcome. Liliana Philip, Senior Expert, Women in International Security, Romania. Welcome. And our MC today, Anca Goron, Head of Artificial Intelligence, Ava Research. Anca, you'll have the floor for about 50 minutes. Please enjoy it. In your applause, of course, because all of these beautiful ladies have some emotion, so let's encourage them.
Thank you so much. Okay, I have to confess I'm a little bit nervous, so please have a little bit of patience. So this year I came with a challenge, and that challenge was to denude ourselves from the old ways and to find, let's say, a more eclectic approach. And hence, I invited these ladies for an open discussion on aerospace and defense. So I will start by mentioning that this year is going to be a special one, when we will need to look up, not only in a figurative way, but also considering the increased interest in space. And 2023 will bring a lot of attention towards the exploration of our solar system, of our planets, Jupiter, Venus, Mars, and of course the lunar missions. Private companies, together with public agencies, and even governments, are working together to ensure a success trajectory in all these projects. And governments even implement space strategies. Well, my question is here, how are these new directions going to shape the data industry of the future? Okay, who wants to start? Bianca, you are here next to me. You wanna grab the phone and give an answer?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me here. From what have we seen in general in Europe, at least, we have a tendency to implement data science into the emerging technologies and into the technologies involving space, in particular, in aerospace and defense as well. What I've seen from experience is that most of the time, this is done with a vision for the future, and not necessarily currently fully implemented, but it is currently more as in the R&D phase of research and development, and from there we are looking to prototype in all of the aerospace and the space industry. We are looking to prototype solutions that could be, given a certain maturity, could be implemented into the daily function and daily methods that we are using in the aerospace and defense. It is coming, it is, as Mioara said, going to be implemented as part of the digital twin. That is the long-term vision, to be able to work with a digital twin for all the technologies, for all the machines, and to be able to interact with that digital twin. I think that is the long-term future and the vision that we are aspiring to go towards. Currently, in the prototyping phase, and then we are looking to be able to use it as a daily thing.
Thank you so much. And do you think that we are in like an inception phase, or we are somewhere in the middle? Mioara, can you, like in terms of data science in the aerospace industry, do you think that we are in like an inception phase, or we already passed the requirements and we are in the development phase?
Okay, I think we are in a very interesting phase of transition phase.
That's good. That's a new phase.
Yes, it's another way to define the phase. Why? Because if we think about the planetary information, what we have rockets, we have spacecraft, we have landers, we have helicopters. Just think around Mars. Everything is very special somehow, Just think, I remember the 7 seconds of huge scare we had when we had the lander coming on Mars surface, because of the time when it was just put away and to come on the Mars surface. It was this 7 seconds, and it was great. So we need to have this information in real time. And the problem, I think, today is that generally our thinking was, we have the instruments on a spacecraft and they will send the raw data to us. But today we have to imagine more and more data processing on spacecraft. So we need to use modern AI techniques in order to compress data, in order to process data, and in order to send on Earth what we need. And if I can take another example, I think the huge milestone for us humans will be the day when we will have the very first Martian samples here on Earth. Could be in something as 10 years, and I think we'll see exactly where we are with our neighbors, the Martians.
Thank you. And Liliana, you can also mention your perspective coming from the defense, let's say, industry.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here and to celebrate 8th of March with you, amazing woman. And I saw the enthusiasm from the scientists and from science. And my role here is to give you the systemic approach and the solution on how these research products and research horizons and the pace of the transformation of the emerging technology towards the defense, and not only the defense industry, because it is very important to touch the subject of decision making. A lot of operation, a lot of armies need this new solution from the emerging technologies, AI, machine learning, and post-quantum solution, if you want, yes. They need for decision making, which is a very important and strategic thing. And because of what I want to underline the need of learn how to work together with researchers, with private companies, with governments and military organizations, because everything which is in defense and security, it has this, I don't know, spirit of limits, of not saying everything. And when you want to be coupled with the rhythm from the science, puts you a lot of threats. And also you want to connect to have the utility of the private sector, you must learn how to work together. And also the governments have a role to put these policies and this framework to encourage this kind of work. So yes, this is one of my ideas, how to work together, how to work with military organization, and how the armies should be more open and to have another kind of approach when thinking of the future.
Thank you so much. So I will go further with the next question. So the next great breakthrough in human health, in computing, in telecommunications will be enabled in space. And our mission as scientists, as representatives of the public and private sector, is to unlock the great potential for the benefit of all humanity. And my direct question to you, do you think that we need to have a change in the paradigm in terms of both data and processes? Are we on the right trajectory, or are there any changes that we need to consider right now and right here? So, Bianca.
Thank you. Yes, in terms of changes, in a way, I think we are in the right trajectory. I think we are in the right direction, in the sense of we have noticed the importance of data and of collecting it. On the other side, we do have a challenge because there is, as Miora said, a lot of it right now coming, especially from the space, from the satellites. We have a huge amount of data and not enough of it processed, not enough of it used in its fullest potential. And so, while that is a challenge, we are aware of it. We are working towards that and to benefiting space and to benefiting Earth from space technologies. There is, in that way, we have a good direction. We have, however, the other trouble that such a focus on space now has led to a lot of satellites being launched into space, which is a great thing in itself, but it also causes a lot of space debris, which is a huge issue right now in the space industry because not all of it is being collected, and the more we are shooting up the satellites, we are also causing more space debris. And there is no pure solution that we have currently. We have to look a bit more into that part as well. Because otherwise we do have a lot of data we could use. So that is a good direction, I believe.
Thank you so much. And, your phone. So what do you say about the changes that we need to make? Do you think that the space debris is one of the big challenges or something that we need to focus, or are there, let's say, more priority concerns in terms of data, in terms of aerospace missions?
Okay. No, it's okay. I think I will answer in two stages of your questions. First of all, I think we have to take into account a few things with respect of data and processes, because this is very important. And the very first point we have to consider is exponential growth of satellite data. In science, and not only. You have to think that something as 95% of the data were accumulated during the last 10 years. So it's huge, and we have to deal with. The second very important point is that we have to think today we have much more advancement of technology in processing this data. And I can give you an example. Today, your smartphone, it's 1,000 times more powerful than hardware on a satellite on the 80s. So it's another technology, and we have to take into account. Something else important is maybe the data-driven decision makers. And it's very important for Earth, but not only for the next space missions. Data is really the core of what we are thinking. And we are very happy to have spacecraft, and as I shown around the Earth, something as 5,000. But if we have 1,000 satellites, you have to think we have something as nearly 50,000 objects around the Earth. And I think all these small things in between a few centimeters, 1 centimeter to a few centimeters, they could really be a problem for our spacecraft, for our rockets going far away. So we have to monitor all these debris, and we have to think not only to send missions, but we have to clean the space. And for example, in France, CNES was the leader, and we voted a law with respect of return of the satellites. We are now obliged not only to send a satellite in space, but we have to be sure we have enough power in order to bring back the satellite on Earth. This is really very important. See.
And Mariana, what about you?
Yes, you mentioned about the right track. And also my colleagues explain about some evolution in the space, and we are moving to the space, and a lot of solutions that will be embedded in our activity day by day. And you also mentioned about the strategies, space strategies, and yes, having that space command, and the evolution are huge. So to be on the safe track, I think we should think that the innovation comes with the proper regulation, and we should give the right attention to this issue, because even we will depend on technology. A lot of our activities, and even in the defense sector, a lot of operation will depend on technology. So we will need proper regulation, and here the government should be more active and to keep the rhythm, the pace with the evolution of the technology, because we will be in the situation that, okay, we don't have something to regulate this situation. We will put a stop to the rhythm of the evolution in using emerging technologies, because we are afraid of the impact in our lives or in our international system. So yeah, I think, I don't know how to build this ecosystem, and the governments to have this initiative and to be more connected and with a rapid response to that. So this is, in my opinion, the right track.
Thank you so much. And we already started talking about satellites, and we already mentioned the negative aspects, meaning the debris. But why should we still invest, especially in small satellites, micro, nano satellites, that actually are proven to advance or desire to advance scientific and human exploration? What is your opinion on the use of satellites in the aerospace industry, but also in defense industry and other application domains? So, Miwara, if you want to start, please. No, you can start.
Thank you. I can start because it's easy for me, was my presentation. I gave you an example with Pleiades satellites, and I have to say that these satellites are what we call dual mission. It means that on one side they are used for science, on the other side they are used for defense. It's very important, of course, to have this kind of information for both activities. Of course, in emergency cases, the satellites, which are really very powerful and are able really to be focused on a region, are used for defense scope, but thereafter they can be used also, for example, for scientific scope, to see how a fault is changing and to have some information maybe about the formation of land in an area with very important things. There are also Copernicus program, also very important for science and applications. And if we need satellites, I think it will be, for me, not because I'm working in a space agency, but for everyone around, it will be impossible, our life for tomorrow. Can you imagine to live without this? And can you drive home without Waze or I don't know which application? No. So I think we need satellites, but we have to be careful of our satellites for tomorrow. And really everywhere around the world there are huge efforts to make space not blue because it's blue, but to make green, and to make lots of efforts in order to have a sustainable industry and space science. And as I told you, there are lots of efforts in France, in Europe, and I think around the world from space agencies.
Thank you so much. And I will pass the floor to Liliana, because I want to ask her. So we talk about the importance of satellites use. And what do you think in terms of defense industry, and considering that a lot of private companies are launching their own satellites, and how can you find a balance here in space between vital, let's say, missions and more commercial approaches to satellite launches on the low Earth orbit and the other orbits of Earth?
As I understand, the space is already so crowded. We should think very carefully about this, because I will give an example, because we are in Romania, right? Romania doesn't have a satellite, as I know. And we should think of this. Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Yeah?
Exactly, we need
and
to be
you mentioned about the balance. I don't know, let's give each country a satellite, a space for satellite. But also, as my colleagues know very well, to launch a satellite, it's not like I plan today, I buy it, I plan the next day to launch, and the third day it is in a space and give me everything I need. No, it is something that needs time. And also, another thing I want to touch, it needs workforce very specialized, and not all the countries have this division of space very well developed. So my question is, like, I don't know to give you an answer, but I would like to know the answer, how to manage this balance in space, and not only in space, in everything that means emerging technologies. Because when you are, and here it is a very important idea, we need to connect each other, to build networks, to understand which partner and what he can do and what resources it has, to build partnerships and to design these strategies to fight to the emerging threats together, because it is impossible. I give you the example of Romania. We don't have a satellite, so what we will do?
What do you do? I think already it's a huge space from Romania, because Romania is a member of European Space Agency. So this is really important. And I think that I'm very European in my heart. So I think it's very important in Europe just to put efforts together, and the European Space Agency and European Union are here, and I think it's the place where to be and to bring Romanian competencies in these bodies. And I think Romania has really very good engineers.
Thank you so much.
Yes, indeed, engineers, scientific research, but we need the other stakeholders to build the ecosystem. We need the governments, we need the public companies, and so on. So maybe with your expertise and your advanced position in this domain, with our Romanians, we will motivate other stakeholders to be part and to build a good ecosystem.
Exactly, we need help, and we need to look at other countries, how they manage. So Bianca, you come from Denmark. Can you tell us how do they manage the satellites, and how do they handle the let's say the satellite launches, and if the public let's say representatives, they consider having their own satellites in space, and also considering that the French already have like space strategies and so on, so they are very developed in this sense. So you have to answer from both the Romanian perspective and the Denmark perspective.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I've noticed France. Actually, no, it is known France is a leader in this regard. We have for the space industry in Europe. France is definitely in front of us all, I would think. So we are very happy to look at them and learn from them. We need to do that. As for Denmark, we, for example, do not have a space agency. So this is something that we should be working on, for sure. I've met actually the Space Agency of Romania. They're established. They've been working with this for a long time. And so we would also like to have something like that in Denmark. I think Denmark, in fact, does not have as much of a history of aerospace and space as Romania does, or as other countries do. It's also because it's a smaller land, and so for the most part, they're a bit more risk averse. And so we have a satellite, it's true, we have launched it 20 years ago, and that was a huge achievement for Denmark, but since then, we have stalled a bit. And so, since then, we are looking to maybe pick up the pace a little bit, since all the neighbors, we have Sweden, we have Norway, they are actually ramping up their efforts. In our case, we have one satellite constructor that is starting up and launching, but it's been a long effort to get there. And other than that, we are looking to actually get a bit on top with everybody else.
Okay, so one last question. I promise I will be quick. It is actually not from me, but from our AI assistant that requested to have this question. So it's generated by AI, so don't blame me. We are curious if, with a growing interest in space exploration and colonization, what role you see in the military and defense industry playing in this field, and how international cooperation can be fostered to ensure peaceful and collaborative exploration of space. So just a quick answer from each of you before we close. So how do you think that we will manage to do this space colonization without conflicts?
I will use only some keywords. So we need partnerships, we need international connections, huge one, with all stakeholders, not only in research and development, but also in government relation and also in private companies. And I see also, as my colleague said, the European Union, NATO, to be here in Europe and transatlantic community as an aggregator of all these efforts.
For me, if we go tomorrow on Mars, I think we are not going to be an American or a French or a South African, doesn't matter. We'll be a human being. And I think we have to think colonization as humans.
I wanted to just agree with what Liliana said, because I agree we need more partnerships, we need more collaboration. We have a huge disjoint between all of the industries and even the countries. I think we could collaborate more and learn more from each other. And I think this is where events such as these, where we can come together and discuss somewhat interdisciplinary and from different industries, we can come together and find where our differences are, because we might not be aware of them.
Thank you so much. So I hope we will not repeat the scenario from the show Space Force. So thank you so much, ladies. I give the floor to Andrea.
Thank you. Also, I was listening carefully of what you are discussing here, and I asked chat.openai.com to tell me more about data science in aerospace. You know what is the answer? About many others, overall data science is playing an important role in aerospace, helping to improve safely, efficiency, and performance. So if you have anything to add to this AI artificial chat, you are my guest to tell more keywords about what means data science in aerospace. So now we have the artificial intelligence who tell us more than ever about what aerospace and defense means. Please, ladies.
I'd like to add something, because it is 8th of March, and I think all our discussion is the feminine touch. We talk a lot of partnership and collaboration, and I think with a woman, we empower this kind of ideas, and we will do the things work.
For sure, and what is missing to chat openai.com is the emotion, I think. Please.
Yes, I fully agree with you, because it's to be a data scientist in space is to live already tomorrow, because this is really what we can bring from all our missions. For all the funding we put in these satellites, we have everything, we have raw data, but we need to find the very teeny signature in this data in which we are interested in. And it's not possible without data scientists and ladies data scientists, of course.
That's why you are here. And not only you, for sure. Please.
For me, when I hear data science and aerospace, the first thing I think about is predictive maintenance. We need data to be able to reduce some of the downtime we have in all of aerospace and in all of the all of our Hangar Queens aircraft. And so we're really welcoming this revolution. We need it very much to be able to predict whenever a repair will be done. So looking forward to work more with data science.
Thank you very much. Give them a big round of applause. And after 10 minutes, we will be back with another interesting panels and other beautiful ladies, which will empower us for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
More sun, more road trips, more energy, cleaner energy. This is what we want for the future. We started the transformation to lead the energy transition in Romania and Southeast Europe. We will invest to develop low and zero carbon projects, to supply energy and cleaner mobility. We will increase the share of gas in our portfolio. And we focus on current business to generate value and ensure security of supply. For our people, for our customers, for our communities. Responsibly and passionately, for a sustainable future.
So we are here again for the third panel, Data Security and Privacy, and we have here another beautiful ladies. So let me introduce Anca Petre, CEO 23 Consulting, Web3 and Health Expert 23 Consulting. Hello. Irina Cristina Gheorghe, Data Science Lead BCR. Ramona Bellic, Country Head of Corporate and Affinity Business Unica Asigurări. And also Cristina Boboc, Faculty of Cybernetics, Statistics and Informatics, University of Economic Studies, University teacher. Hello and welcome. And also Anca Goron, Head of Artificial Intelligence, as you already know her from the other panel, avaresearch.ai. And now we'll begin Data Security and Privacy panel. And after the speech, we will discuss a little bit the conclusion of this panel. Please, Anca.
Thank you so much. Hello again. So we are switching now to another domain, not less important, but quite the same, I think. And we will focus on the emerging technologies and trends impact in 2023, according to the Gartner report. We see an increased interest in Web3, blockchain, decentralized identities, AI avatars, and many more. How would you consider that the new technology impact data science in, let's say, in what way? And you can also focus on your own experience and your own field of expertise. So I will start with Anca here, if you can give us your thoughts on this.
Sure, thank you. Very happy to be here. So I work in the field of healthcare. And as you can all imagine, in healthcare, data privacy and security is paramount. It is extremely important to make sure that patient data that is shared within the confidentiality of a doctor's appointment or in a hospital is very carefully stored and shared. So data privacy and security is one of the main topics we address when we talk about healthcare. Now comes the question of where does Web3 come into all this and technologies such as blockchain and the metaverse? The idea behind Web3 is to give privacy and security sort of by design. So that is a perfect match with healthcare, where patients are looking for data security and privacy. The main idea behind Web3 is to give patients and citizens in general more control and visibility over their data using technologies such as blockchain. I won't go into the technical specificities of each one of these technologies, but that is the main idea behind it. And so, in my opinion, when we talk about healthcare, the match is just perfect between this very conservative industry that is looking after the security of patient data and this new group of technologies that we call Web3, which provides security and privacy by design. So I think we're really looking forward to see what some of the use cases will be, and I think patients will be very keen to use these new technologies and see how it can impact the way that they are treated and they receive care. I'm sorry.
You can start.
Okay, I can also start. The idea that it is increased, this interest in technology, it's a good sign for all of us, no matter the industry. I'm representing today the banking industry, and we saw in the last years that it was huge digital transformation in the banking system. For example, 4 years ago, some of us would never imagine that you can take a loan in 3 minutes or 5 minutes, and this came into reality. In BCR, in the Romanian Commercial Bank, we invested in these years in this digital transformation, and we saw also that clients are more open to open account online, also to get the loans online, and 75% of our clients, it's huge, 75%, they get the loans digitally. Also, over 50% of the clients, they reimburse early the loan on app. We have also 2.14 million users in Georgia. And this comes with responsibility for the banking system, especially for data and also for security. And we invest also in how to secure clients in identification. We do a lot of checks and also cross-checks among the flows. And you said about Web3.
Exactly.
My favorite method is the digital immune system. This means that we have all to, to invest, to look at our flows, to invest always in offering security to our clients. And I will give a short example. We have the ADA that is using artificial intelligence, a chatbot, to offer to the clients information about the current account or the loans. And when they identify, they have to use also to give the ID, the CNP, also to give card information, and they also receive an SMS and confirm that SMS. So we use multiple factors in order to secure clients. And of course, data, I will also give space to my colleagues to give information, but also data is on our side. We have a lot of information and we use it wisely, as I said, for our clients.
Thank you so much. And Christina, you wanted to say something?
In education, we talk about smart education nowadays. Increased fusion between physical and digital experience bring to students the possibility to communicate more, to share their ideas, and to collaborate more on research and educational projects. Also for teachers is very important, this development of technology, because they have the possibility to share their knowledge, to share their experiences and ideas, and to contribute more to the development of their students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And last but not least.
Thank you. As I'm representing insurance industry, my colleagues talk about a lot of interesting things, and I would like to add and share with you our experience and what we've done from digitalization point of view, but also with to be compliant with the regulation and with data protection and privacy from this point of view. Because everybody talks about automation and digitalization. About 4 or 5 years ago, we started a huge transformation program, because everything is about transformation, mindset, and upskilling. From my point of view, and we've started this journey, and we created in insurance market a blueprint. From digitalization point of view, we are having a chatbot for after-sales services, especially for claims part, because when the client buys an insurance policy, actually we are selling like a promise, and we have to be close to the communities and close to our clients when the events are happening. And if we are thinking about goods, but when we are thinking about health, for example, of our clients, the events are not the most pleasant ones.
That's
so
true.
We have to be close and to act immediately. So we create this ecosystem, meaning a front end, a chatbot with a very seamless and smooth experience for notifying the claims, and also for some products, for some specific products, we have end-to-end processes, meaning the client can access this Anna, it is called Anna, our digital assistants.
Anna and Iona.
Yeah. And the client could get his money immediately in 24 hours based on the information that he provided. A lump sum offer and an amount of money as a compensation could be paid in 24 hours. Also, from the back-end point of view, coming back to the data protection and privacy, there are a lot of, from front-end and back-end point of view, there are a lot of validation and criterias, and also the infrastructure, it's very important. We are having everything in cloud, and from data protection point of view, we are having data centers in Central Europe. So this is another sensitive point, because we already seen what happened lately with the earthquake, and things are happening, and we have to be careful with the data.
That's true.
So this is from insurance perspective.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, as you can see, when we talk about data, the first thing that comes to our mind, it's actually the sensitivity of the subject. So basically, data has a lot of potential, but at the same time, it imposes many challenges and many things we need to be aware of, and we must ensure trustworthiness, security, and protection. And here comes the AI assistant to my rescue, and it prepared actually question for you. And considering the increased amount of sensitive data and the privacy that we talk about and the sensitivity of the subject, how do you see a valid way for organizations to balance the need for data access with the need for data protections? What are some key strategies and practices? And if you allow me, I will start from the last part. So I think that Irina or Ramona, if you want to start, and then I will move forward.
Yeah, as I also said previously, we are very, being a bank, it means that you have to respect the regulation, meaning like strictly respecting, especially when you have the responsibility of so many customers. And for sure, we are following all the legislation in terms of data privacy. We are very careful in all these aspects. And yeah, I think this is no place to to find shortcuts. There is just this straight line. It's legislation, and that's all.
Thank you. And Christina, for you, I have a question regarding the EU AI Act. Considering also, like, can you tell us a little bit in terms of data protection and how the European Union, like, they are looking for solutions and protocols and standards and let's say a lot of policies, security policies to be implemented. What can you say in terms of AI, EU Act, and also on data protection?
In our university, there is a learning application for online learning, but not only. And there, the teachers do not have access to the content of posted by other teachers. Only they could have access only having their approval, and also in this application students could upload their homeworks or give some tests or have some grades on these platforms, but they cannot see the grades and results of other students. So I think that we have to continue in education to implement such platforms, such online, not only online, but such educational programs, ensuring the data privacy and all data security, in fact. So
thank you. And I will go now to Ramona. Can you tell us in the insurance field, like, how can you balance actually the need for data, access to data, rapid access, but also ensuring at the same time security and privacy?
Yeah, indeed, we need a lot of data. We need data in order to provide to the clients the proper solutions, but also we need data for analysis and for future developments, but we have to balance somehow this with the regulations. We have the general ones and the specific for insurance field, and this is somehow put in place and adapted for all workflows and products and services, following the regulation first, and try to apply into the system, and also to apply know your customer things to provide to clients needed information in order to receive all the data that we need for the solutions, and also to be compliant with the regulation. So it's all about regulation and implementation.
Thank
and
you.
to find the proper solution in order to make the client to understand for which we need this. And everything is safe, and we have specific frameworks and everything in place.
Thank you. And I
Thanks a
left Anka last year because I have a special question actually for her. You know, Anka, she wrote the book called Digital Health and Patient Data, where she focused on the value that data can bring to patients, not only to doctors. And I had a discussion before our talk with her, and she told me something very interesting about the way the patients and the user actually see value in their data and how empowered they feel to use it. So, Anka, I want you to deviate a little bit from the protection part, but also focus on the way the patients that you talk to and the people that you talk to approach these subjects. And I think that it would be very interesting if you can show a comparison between how the experts say it and how the users say it, especially in your field. So.
So when it comes to healthcare data, we have to make a difference between what is identifiable data, which means that we know who you are, and anonymized data, which means that we don't know who you are. Everything that we talk about in healthcare mostly uses anonymized data. In research, in the pharmaceutical industry, in most of the things that we do in healthcare, we do not care who the patient is. Why? Because what is interesting is to aggregate all this data and analyze trends, analyze how a group of patients evolve, what medicine they take. So individual identifiable data is not really a topic for research in general. So how do patients approach this? First of all, patients don't necessarily know the difference between anonymized and identifiable data, which means that when we tell them, would you give your data to a pharmaceutical company for research purposes, patients sometimes tend to say no, because they have the idea, the impression that that pharmaceutical company will know who they are and what is exactly their pathology, what is the drugs they're taking, which is absolutely not the case. Then when you explain to them that we are only using aggregated data and anonymized data, then everything changes. 65% of patients agree to share their data. This is data from a European barometer. They agree to share their data for healthcare and research purposes under two conditions. First, they know who uses their data, and second, they know why that data is being used. And so this is something people don't have in mind. A lot of people think that patients don't want to share their data, that they want to keep their data private, which is true when it comes to identifiable data, but which is not true when it comes to anonymized data. And so I think we should really take advantage in healthcare of the fact that we mostly use anonymized data, we mostly use it for research purposes, and patients are completely fine with that. And what is more, in Europe, patients don't really expect to be compensated for sharing their data, which is not the case in the US. In the US, being a private health system, patients want to be paid for sharing their data. In Europe, most studies show that patients agree to share their data for research purposes, even if they don't receive anything in return, because they feel like they contribute to a greater good. And I bet if I ask you in the audience, how many of you, if you raise your hand, would be ready to share your anonymized data for research purposes? If you can raise your hand. Right, exactly my point. Of course. Sure. Yeah, well, three things here. First of all, what studies mention is that patients don't really care about the technicalities of how data is anonymized, but maybe that is because of a lack of education about the question. Second thing is that healthcare companies and research companies don't need identifiable data, so they really have no incentive to try to re-identify the data. And third, all these companies rely on trusted third parties who anonymize the data. And I think this is where your point is interesting, is that those third parties need to be regulated, and we need to make sure what type of algorithms they use to anonymize data so that the other way around is not possible for whoever would like to do that. Sure. Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much from the audience. Also, you are welcome to join us if you have any question, and we will definitely answer you. So I would like to move a little bit further and to ask the same question, like considering these emerging trends, I would like to know, and I'm sure that everyone is curious, how the users are going to adapt to that, but also how experts in different industries, they are willing to incorporate the new emerging technologies in their own field of expertise, because we don't see reluctancy only in patients or in users of a service, but actually in providers. So I would like to start with Irina, and to tell me a little bit, how do you see these emerging trends? Is like something like an enemy or a friend, or a frenemy, let's say?
So first of all, I think all of us were amazed in the last 3 years how quickly we adapt to any reality. And I will not say which reality, because we all know how hard were the last 3 years. And we adapt so quickly, and this is the case also with technology. And I was very happy to see that happened to our clients. They adapted very quickly to technology, and this happens also to us, because technology can make our life easier. And I have an example. During a life experience, a life event that each of us has, like an important one, it's when you buy your home. And this happened to our customers. They were ready to make like a simulation, an advanced simulation, to understand how much they can get from the bank in the app. So easily, this is in production since last year. So George user can see in 10 minutes how much money they can get to get a house. Then they go in the field, they discover, they see houses, and then they have also the possibility to upload the house documentation on an app, not to go to the branch with I don't know how many thousands of files and pages, and they can do this in an app. And if I was asked about this experience 10 years ago, when I was going to branches to see people, to understand how things go, I would say that this could never happen, to stay in your house, get a your amount, how much money you can get in on your phone, then visit places, and then send documentation to the bank on an app. And I think, of course, because technology makes our life easier, also our clients will adapt quickly, and also us as humans will adapt. At the same time comes the responsibility that we all have to do. Also the users, the people, us as clients and as human beings should be very careful which information we share. Our privacy information, when we see ads on Facebook and we say, okay, I will click this because I see a nice photo, and then my personal information goes in places. So it's also our own responsibility as human beings, but also our responsibility as companies to see and to protect the users. So yeah, people adapt, but all the others should be responsible of the actions.
Okay. And what about you, Rama? Considering we have George, we have Anna, we have Yon, how do you see people like accepting those into our lives, and how do you see yourself accepting the new emerging technology?
I think big steps were done in the last 3 years, and an important segment of population it's used and it's prepared for the further steps. We have ATMs for Bitcoin, so maybe, who knows, in the next years maybe we will pay our insurance premiums using cryptocurrencies, and also we will get our benefits and claims benefits and payments also in the same cryptocurrencies. The user adoption increased a lot in the latest years, and I can tell you from our experience, from our company, that we started with 5% access of Anna when we launched her about 4 years ago. And now we are having between 75 and 85% of accessing Anna. So it's a huge improvement, and the user adoption was increasing a lot even in the last year. So I think in the next year we will have maybe huge expectation, but also nice surprises.
I think so too.
But of course, in my perspective, I think the first steps will be done in banking, as somehow they are the important pillar in financial industry, and then other industries will follow up the trend for sure.
I see. Thank you so much. And Christina, I want to ask you, like, considering the, let's say, the challenge of accepting something new, what do you see like where do you see the biggest challenges being into users or the service providers, into the public authorities, or into our own mentality as people? Like, what would be the biggest challenge in accepting new tech?
In university, because I'm representing a university, students are very open to use all the new technology. They are learning very fast, and sometimes they are learning faster than us.
That's true.
As teachers. So the biggest challenges for us is is the human resource. In fact, in a university, teachers have to adapt to the new technologies, and they have to use all the facilities they are offered by this new technologies, and to offer the students the best ways of to share with the students the knowledge using the best ways. Also we saw that during the pandemic period, all the students and also the teaching staff adapted very quickly to the new environment of teaching. In fact, in our university, during 1.5 years, we have all the courses online. And even if the educational process was not completely very well defined at the beginning, but finally we succeeded to continue our educational process and to share with the students the best methods the best methods of education. And also during this period of 1.5 years, we adapted our curricula to respond better to their needs. And I think that also this process helps students to adapt more to the labor market and to gain more competencies for this new future.
Thank you. And Anka here, so I will have to challenge you again with another question, because I'm very curious, and I also know that the audience is also very curious. We mentioned about the metaverse. And you know, like we see it like a collective, this 3D shared space in which we have a combination of virtual, enhanced physical and digital reality. And some say that the metaverse will belong like to the big tech. Others say that it's going to be completely, let's say, independent and decentralized, but will have a virtual economy of itself, will be enabled by digital currencies. And let's just say that it's going to be like a completely, I don't know if like it's going to be like a copy or something more specific of the real world. So how do you see, first of all, people accepting this new idea of the metaverse? What you see wrong in the approach or in the way they interpret it? And how do you see people and companies embracing it? So my challenge.
That's a lot of questions in one. So the metaverse is, for the general public, a very new topic. Most people heard about the metaverse in October 2021 when Facebook rebranded as Meta. But in reality, the first metaverses can be traced back to the 1980s. And the first metaverses were actually simple online games. And they still are to this day. Most of them are nothing more than online games. What is specific about metaverses are a couple of things. First of all, they are in real time, meaning that everything you do in the virtual world is shown to you as you do it. The second thing is that those worlds are persistent, meaning that if you log out, things are going to continue being there, and when you come back, things might have changed. And they are shared. And this is what's really interesting, is that you're not alone. It's not like a solo player game. Is a virtual world in which you can interact with a lot of different people. Now, depending on, and I talk about metaverses as a plural because there are a lot of different worlds. You may have heard of things like Fortnite, Minecraft, Roblox. All these are considered metaverses today. Now, there's not one definition, so perhaps other people will say differently than I do, but this is just one way to see things. And these metaverses have a public that can be very different. For instance, Roblox is used by very young people. I think the average is of 13 years old or something like that. Then you have metaverses like the Sandbox, which you have people between 80 and 45 years old. So this is not something that is limited to, you know, gamers, which is like a very small group of people. This is something that is becoming more and more common. Now, whether the metaverse is the future of the internet or not, I don't know. but it is certainly a place where you can find people. And knowing that, you know that it becomes important for brands, because when you want to engage with an audience that is tech savvy, that is pretty young, that is knowledgeable about things like crypto and NFTs, you don't go on TikTok, you can go on Roblox. And so in marketing strategies, even for healthcare companies, it's really interesting. Let me give you an example. You want to produce a vaccine that is administered to people between 10 and 18 years old, and you want to communicate about that vaccine. You can either go on TikTok, which is fair enough, but you can also talk about that vaccine in virtual worlds such as Roblox by creating a game inside that virtual world that would be fun, but also educational. And so it brings a lot of new perspectives as a brand when you want to engage with your customers. And I think this is where the value of the metaverse is today, is to provide new experiences to a group of people that are already early adopters. And then if it becomes mainstream, then good. And if it doesn't, then you know that you have still a group of people that you can target there.
Much. And about Roblox, I'm trying to get my 6-year-old nephew out of it, but I think that in the end he will convince me to join him to understand exactly what's that world about. So thank you so much, ladies. Thank you for everything. And I wanna have the last words here.
Thank you all. We all listen to you carefully about Roblox. We all of us who have kids know about this game, and we build and make a lot of things in a virtual world. So this will be for sure the other life of us and of our kids. As a conclusion, because we are at the end of this panel, data science and privacy panel, I will start with Anka. What means in data science in security and privacy? Some words of you to be key of this at the ending of this panel. The ladies first, and after the MC of this one, and in 10 minutes we will be back also with Anka. Please.
Okay, so shortly, as I said during also this panel, it is our responsibility to protect people. So the one who has information, who has data, has also responsibility.
So responsibility
yes,
is
responsibility
only one word.
And also financial education. So responsibility comes with some actions. It's not just something that we live inside us, but we bring to reality. For example, for banking system, for BCR, financial education for clients.
Perfect. Please.
I think it's about protecting our customers, but also need for knowing them and have a lot of information in order to develop us and to develop the products and the services, and to have a perspective on what automation and transformation will bring us in the next years.
Perfect. What about, from your opinion, the kids?
I think that we have, as teachers, the responsibility to share with our students all we know about data protection, and to tell them how to protect from
it is not also about the game and something
exactly.
else.
It's
also
not
about
only
protection.
A game.
For sure, it's not a game.
I think it's first and foremost about transparency, because if you know how data is used and by whom, then you engage more easily.
So we put some words here, and the final word is yours, Anka.
Okay, so I will use a metaphor that I like. I think when I cannot find a word, it's actually several words. I think that it's a yellow brick road, like in the Wizard of Oz. We have like many challenges, but we also have the responsibility to look forward and think of progress, and maintaining also our vision on and our scope, but not be afraid to wander a bit. So be like Toto a little.
About vision and scope, we will also discuss with you and you with your other panelists.
Exactly.
in industry of the future. In 10 minutes, I will wait for you here. Now give them a big round of applause for the ladies in this panel.
More sun, more road trips, more energy, cleaner energy. This is what we want for the future. We started the transformation to lead the energy transition in Romania and Southeast Europe. We will invest to develop low and zero carbon projects, to supply energy and cleaner mobility. We will increase the share of gas in our portfolio. And we focus on current business to generate value and ensure security of supply. For our people, for our customers, for our communities. Responsibly and passionately, for a sustainable future.
Now when I was a little boy, I had something in my bucket. Now I'm a man of 21. You know, baby, we could have a lot of fun. I'm a man. I still am.
MAN provides the solution for any problem directly to their mechanics. Literally. With WebEx Expert On Demand and RealWare's industrial strength assisted reality solution, there is no problem you can't solve.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here for the last panel, Industries of the Future. Let me introduce our speakers from today. Ms. Clara Medalie, Director of Research, CAICO Paris. Ms. Oana Bucur, Head of Strategic Finance Projects and Investors Relations, OMV Petrom. Yvonne Geismeyer, I think it's okay, the way I pronounce, Enabling AI for Everyone at Lego.ai. Alina Georgiana Ilie, Lead Data Scientist, IBM Romania. And Georgiana Copil, Senior Machine Learning Engineer at Adobe. Hello, welcome, and of course, Anca Goron, Head of Artificial Intelligence, Avar Research.ai. I will let you on Anca's hand for this last panel, but not least because we also have surprises for everyone. So, Anca, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, ladies, for joining us and for continuing this special day with us here. I'm going to challenge you a little bit in this last panel, if you allow me, and please don't get too upset. We started in the last panel with a discussion on the game-changing trends in emerging technologies, and I'm curious, what do you consider if you can choose each of you one, what would be the most game-changing trend in terms of opportunities, but also the dangers that it can bring to our society and to the future? So I will let you decide who wants to start.
So at LIGO, we are definitely seeing generative AI as the most game-changing trend in 2023. I know GANs have been introduced 2014, but we are using it in a quite unique and uncommon use case, as we are using generative AI in our machine learning ops platform to generate AI and AI architectures. And we are aiming basically to have an AI monitored platform, having good results with limited data and know-how. Yeah, but of course the danger is also if you are taking an AI, generating AI, you need to control it by another human instance.
Thank you so much. Okay, so Clara.
I can go next. So my name is Clara. I work in the Web3 industry, and so I think something that for years we've been paying attention to is data democratization as a trend, and what I mean by that is two things. First, it's the access to data. I think the Web3 industry has created some of the biggest, most in the world, the most public data sets that anyone can access, because that's the nature of blockchain technology. Anyone can see any transaction. So first is data access, but second is the tools to actually interpret this data. And so me, from personal experience, I don't have any formal data science education, yet I lead a data-driven research team analyzing crypto markets. And so I think that's possible through tools that don't require extensive data science background, but still let you gain all the insights that you would even without this experience. So both data, public data, and data tools, I think, will enable data democratization, and anyone at any layer of a company should be able to know how to work with data. And so that's probably the future of most industries.
Thank you so much. Georgiana.
Hey, I'm Georgiana from Adobe. I think I can touch on both of your points. I guess for us in industry and in developing products every day, one of the biggest trends recently and the thing that's most valuable to us as society would be these ML platforms, right? So building the systems such that you have reliability, you have observability on the models that you are building. The same way you have auditability, touching on the dangers that we may end up with. So while building these platforms, we are addressing, I guess, both the possibilities, right? The bright parts of the future and danger of these two.
Thank you.
Could continue. I'm coming from the energy sector, and I believe that many technologies will change the energy sector. I think we already see impacts coming from artificial intelligence, definitely from data, because you already mentioned that. I would like to bring maybe a new perspective to the discussion, and which would be also the intake from people and from employees and from the society overall to all these technologies. Because technology is one thing, but the way people really manage to train themselves and to upskill in order to use them for the best use cases and also for their own development, I think this is going to be key in the next years. And this will definitely impact the adoption rate of the technologies to many, many people that can benefit from them.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. From my point of view, one of the most, let's say, important and game-changing trends in this year will probably be linked to trustworthy AI. From a point of view of transparency, stability of the models and security. The trend will include developments in algorithms that can increase transparency of current models that we use, but also in creating a trend in development of models that are more reliable and together more transparent and more predictable in their behavior.
I can start. Yeah, so I can start with Web3. I think Web3, it's a tricky industry because the whole concept of Web3 is you own your anonymous data. And every application essentially works with anonymous data. The entire blockchain, you can't ever identify an individual to their transaction history unless you use some more sophisticated analysis. But of course, when it comes to regulation, regulators don't like that, especially in the financial world, where when you're working with a big bank, you have these procedures called KYC. It's called Know Your Customer. This is mandatory for all banks to know their customer, and this is to prevent illegal activities such as money laundering. So with crypto, you have this weird sort of subset of the financial industry where all financial information is anonymized, but you have regulators upset. So I think the next few years in crypto will be pivotal for defining how regulators approach the crypto industry, specifically the financial side of crypto, just because there are so many rules that already exist in traditional finance today.
Thank you.
I'm thinking, Anka, maybe to give a very short description of what the EU Act means for the broader audience, and just in few words to say that this is an act currently being discussed at the European level, which basically divides the risks coming from artificial intelligence into, I would say, three major groups. The one is high risk applications, which is like, for instance, social scoring, which is definitely a no-go for artificial intelligence. And the second one is of high risk. They call it or still high risk, and they go into processing data, like, for instance, selecting candidates based on automatic machines, like screening of CVs and so on. And the last category is actually not regulated, meaning that everything that doesn't fall into the first or the second category looks like acceptable from a regulator point of view. Of course, with this kind of approach, there are many concerns, I would say, and I read several opinions expressed by NGOs, by different other actors on the European Union. And one which I found also worrying from my side is the fact that this regulation addresses individual people like individuals. So you can't do, or you can do things to individual persons. What I found also missing is how you address society. Like, for instance, and there was a good example, maybe with AI, you can influence how a person votes, and this might not be something big because it's just a person, but imagine what this could do to a society overall. So obviously, from a regulator point of view, this is something that still needs development. It's not covering everything. And somehow I see it as a step-by-step approach. So now this is under consultation, there are many opinions expressed, and step-by-step it will come to a better form. What I would like to also mention is that from my experience, once it gets to a final form, it will also take a lot for countries to adopt it. And just wanted to give an example, like this signature regulation EIDAS, which was again from the European Union already in 2014 done. But in certain countries, it's still under debate how to apply it. So there will be a period of time until actually we will see regulation in the place. And of course, this gives or raises the question, what we do before that? And I believe at the moment this is still not answered, and we've seen the hype that was created with ChatGPT in the last month, and we don't have answers. Still a debate.
Yeah, but for me, as a young company, I see also the European AI Act as an opportunity to show up and to demonstrate our commitment towards responsible AI. So in our AI development, we have adapted everything according to the Act. That means we are taking already risk assignments and making risk classifications, preparing all the documents to be already able to comply as best as we can according to the law. And I think this would be definitely a good opportunity also for younger companies to be more favorable than other companies who are maybe not prioritizing responsible AI in the same manner. Yeah.
So if I can add here, just as a follow-up, I think it's a really strong point that it's useful for small companies, and I think it's useful also for larger companies, because even for larger companies, you usually have these committees, like in Adobe we have an ethics committee, and everything that has ML, so any product that's ML something, has to go through that. But those ethics committees vary from one company to another, and the implementation differs, and it's best case scenario of what a company would do with their best intentions. So these sort of regulations help also larger companies to address the needs of society at the end of the day.
That's true. Alina.
Thank you. As you also mentioned, IBM also tackled the idea of trustworthy AI some time ago. They've already worked on several packages that can help and improve transparency and removing bias in model development. But what I want to point out here is that yes, legislation is extremely important. We need to prevent malicious use of AI and also ethical drift. But also when we're talking about ethics, we need to understand that in some cases this is a cultural construct that can differ from one geographical area to another. And also, as you mentioned, from an industry to another or from a corporation to another. And in this case, we need to insist on a balance so that the legislation doesn't necessarily create unequal competition between industries and also different regions. And also we need to take into account the fact that research also needs to come first in some domains, even if in those cases maybe the legislation needs to be customizable to make sure that there is no risking addressing the general public.
And I would like to add here, because I also like an owner of an AI company, I think that I look a little bit with, let's say, with excitement, but also with a little bit of fear, the enactment of the EU AI Act, because first of all, also for the experts in the field, it's quite challenging, and mostly also for the client. So first we need to understand ourselves and then to explain to the client why it's important to have such studies. And of course there is, from a commercial point of view, there is always the subject of the cost and the increase, and now people are starting to use AI, and I'm afraid that with the enactment of the EU AI Act, we will see a raising cost, and also a little bit like all the processes will get definitely more complex. I'm sure that this will not make people like reluctant to AI, but it will definitely be a challenge. And I know also, like, from the point of view of using, for example, explainable AI, that there's already some steps done that are to understand people to understand what it's AI and how these like predictions or model generated, how they are made and what they're supposed to have as outcomes. But I also see a challenge in terms of addressing the ethics, especially in Europe, but also when we see the companies from abroad. So that I think that it's going to be a big challenge. And I want to ask you, ladies in the field of AI and also Clara in the field of the metaverse, if you think that offering such transparency, considering the explainable AI and also like the ethics part, which offers limitation, it's like a good thing, and how do we need to approach it? And I'm curious in the field of cryptocurrency and blockchain as well, if there are some regulation in some terms of transparency and in terms of explainability and in terms of data protection, and especially since crypto, it's still like in the infancy, and also a lot of people associate blockchain with crypto, and they see like something that is very dangerous, but they don't know to make the difference. So that's my question to you. So from the AI perspective, from the let's say Web3 perspective, I would be very interested to see your opinion on that. So I will let Clara start.
So before I spoke a bit about the financial side of crypto, and yes, most people, when they think of Web3, when they think of blockchain, the first thing they think of is Bitcoin. But at the end of the day, that's just sort of like a side effect of blockchain. You need a crypto to operate the technology. However, what blockchain does is more powerful than that. It enables a type of decentralized identity that no corporation controls. And that's sort of why blockchain technology was invented in the first place, in reaction to sort of this wave of big tech and how they control your data and use their data and are not transparent about what they're using it for. And so I think that's one of the most powerful use cases, is not necessarily on the financial side, but on with the idea that you actually can own and give consent to your data. So I think when it comes to regulation, you're already seeing this notion of consent with data enacted at the EU level with GDPR. Crypto sort of does that natively. Anytime you use a blockchain application, you're giving consent by signing it with what's called your private key. And so I would say regulation addresses this within a region, but blockchain technology enables this globally without the need for regulation.
Thank you. And Yvonne, do you want to continue regarding the EU part AI Act?
So I think the regulation basically requires that the companies making sure that the AI is more explainable, transparent, and also bias-free is, I think, the right word. So I think in the future we will need to take care more also on the thing that how are we collecting data, what kind of data is really used for the training of the AI, and how is it then at the end applied also, how is the application of the AI. But I still think that, yeah, this is one of the most important regulations which will come, and also in the future we will see maybe more global guidelines in order to make sure not to lose control over AI.
I'm curious here, like Georgiana and Alina, you know better, like already scientists have a difficulty in getting data, annotating data, and so on. And I think that with this new regulation, it's going to be even harder and more complex to gather data. So I see also something like of a challenge. So how do you see from the data scientist point of view, like, is it going to be a headache or not this part?
Well, I think any regulation is a headache from an engineering perspective.
That's true. I can confirm
if I am
that.
to answer as an engineer, it's going to be a headache. And it's not like it's the first regulation, right? We have GDPR in Europe. We have HIPAA compliance in the States. Exactly. We have tons of other regulations that come up in the California area, and we are compliant with all of those. So we are doing all of these things, and I think it's natural to go also towards regulation in the area of AI ML, thinking from the way pipelines and ML actually work, because we start with data, right? You don't have ML without data. And GDPR and HIPAA and all this stuff apply to pipelines that have data, to gathering of data, to processing of different types of data, very specific fields that can or cannot be included in very specific types of processing. So we are doing that, and for some it's a headache, but it's something that exists in products already. So, as I was saying, pipelines of ML, the next step, so after processing the data, after gathering, creating the features and so on, the next step would be going to the actual ML model and making sure that, not that just we create it as we should with the right data, but also that while it is running in production with like runtime, with scoring and producing results, it's actually doing what we expect it to do. And that's another challenge, and that's something really interesting technically, and it's something that we must solve as an industry.
Thank you. So I will let Alina answer, because for one for you I have a special question, because I'm curious for something. Okay. Perfect.
So I also agree completely with what you've mentioned before, especially the monitoring part. Here we do not have, at least as far as I know, we do not have a specific legislation for this step, but we will need to take that into account. Also, any legislation that comes into our domain, we can take it as an opportunity for creativity to emerge, but there's also the issue of timeline and the delivery of any solutions or any project in this context. So any added legislation will increase the timeline and the delivery, and will also in some cases create bottlenecks for specific, let's say, teams, especially when we're talking about competition in research in this domain.
Because she comes from the private sector, and I know that they implemented AI in the company, and I'm curious, like, when you started, what was the biggest fear that you had, like, and the biggest challenge, like, in terms of, do you think the ethics part, or to understand what it is about, or just focus on the final scope? It's actually like value added part of the project. So I'm curious to see your opinion on that.
Very a generous question, I would say. So we are in different stages of implementing artificial intelligence in the company, and I think that depending on the use case, you start having different types of concerns. One use case which I really appreciated in the geology area, and just I want to bring you a little bit in the energy industry with a story. So when geologists drill holes in the earth in order to take oil out, they just have like a 20-25 centimeters hole, and they are using very, very expensive equipment. Yeah? And their biggest fear is that equipment gets somehow broken because of the different types of rocks that exist in the ground. And nobody knows from the very beginning how the rocks look like really, except for the fact that they have some best estimations and simulations. So what happens in reality is that the more you drill, the more unknowns. And in order to kind of predict a little bit what's going to be a next layer, they take out some rocks. So they have a tray. It's really like that, yeah. So they have a tray, and in the tray they have different types of rocks that go out of the sand like every other second. What happens now is that there is a person standing near the tray and looking at the rocks. He's a geologist, and he looks at the rocks and says, "Stop drilling. It's going to be bad, and we're going to break the equipment, so you rather stop now." Every stop costs lots of money, and of course it might actually be a wrong stop. So what they invented in terms of artificial intelligence is something like a camera with video analytics. They trained the camera to recognize the rocks, and now they are trying. It's still in a kind of a POC state. They're trying to see if the rocks are the ones that should actually order the stop or not. And of course, this has huge benefits, starting from cost benefits to really, I think it's very difficult for a human person to be sitting there like 24 hours a day to do this kind of selections. And when it comes to such models, I believe the ethical aspects and I don't know, the GDPR discussions are like nothing. They don't exist. But we also go into other types of use cases where this becomes tricky. And something that we are discussing at the moment, it's in the area of knowledge management from people to people. So you can imagine that we are in a big dilemma on how to best approach the topic. Nevertheless, because we discussed a little bit before about the regulation, I think regulation plays a very important role when we talk about important stuff. And AI, it's an important stuff. On the other hand, I wouldn't like to, blame the regulators, the fact that they come with many requests, and because actually I think this age of artificial intelligence has been somehow also been prepared by the regulators, at least in the European Union, because in 2018, there was, immediately after the GDPR, there was a second regulation around the free float of non-personal data. So basically what happened then, so it's already from 2018, all countries, so countries are forbidden to have any laws that would limit the free flow of data which is non-personal data. And this gives basically the space of the European Union to consider it shouldn't matter whether data is in Bucharest or is in Berlin or is it in Constanza, as long as it is in the European Union and it's not personal related, it should just fly without any constraints, and companies should use it for the benefit of the economy overall.
Thank you so much. And now, because we have to talk also about the future, and we have to look forward to it. And I was wondering, I will start with Clara, because I'm very curious in the field of the Web3 and the metaverse. How do you see the societies of the future using, like adopting the metaverse or the Web3 technologies, and what do you see like the challenge in it and the opportunities, if you can a little bit detail this part for us?
So I think the ultimate goal of the metaverse is to have some type of decentralized identity. That's like the ultimate use case of Web3 technology, is sort of like a single sign-on, but that you control, and that will give you access to all the things you need in your life, whether that's social media or your bank account. But at the end of the day, it's not like a centralized company that has the server managing this sign-on. It's you that can manage this yourself. Of course, there's quite a few issues with that. The first is what happens if you lose your private key and you can't access your decentralized identity. So that's sort of a pain point right now with the entire crypto industry, is that it's like, if you lose your key, you lose access to your crypto. There's no one you can go to. But I think there's quite a few like ways around this and solutions to this that don't, it's not necessarily like you lose everything. But I think that's what I'm most excited about right now in Web3, is personal consent via a decentralized identity.
Thank you. And talking about digital identity, we will have in the future the digital human, which is basically AI-powered, human-like virtual being that offers the best of both worlds, both AI and human characteristics. And they can, let's say, easily connect to any digital brain and share knowledge. So my question here is for Yvonne and for Georgiana and for Alina. How do you see the industries of the future like shaped by AI, and especially this combination and like moving and breaking the limits of the virtual and of the physical world, and especially with the new virtual agents? Are they going to be like humans? They will have rights, they will have responsibilities. How do you see the future in that concern?
So if we are looking towards the future, I think the society will undergo many changes, but more as a result of a demographical shift, and also due to the fact that more and more new technologies will arise. And for example, for the demographical shift, I see that in many countries, including Germany, we have a population decline, and also the population is aging and is getting older. This means for the labor market that we will have less skilled workers, and it will be definitely challenging also for the businesses finding real talents to remain competitive. And therefore, it's definitely important that we are embracing AI and the AI technology to remain competitive, and also to streamline operation so that human can more focus on creative and also strategical work. So I don't think AI will be more like a help for a human in the future to focus more on these other tasks, and at the end that we are able to build a society which is more prosperous, to fill up the gaps between the demographical shifts. Yeah.
Thank you. And I have a question now for Alina and Georgiana. Like, there is a great adoption now of ChatGPT and DALL-E and other generative tools, and it is very exciting to see that a lot of people are curious about it. And I know even like some of my family members, they call me, what is this about? Can it help me with my thesis? Can it help me with my homeworks and so on? And people use it every day, but in a certain extent, it's a little bit scary, because they use it, but they don't understand exactly implication. And I'm sure that in the future there are going to be some dangerous things happening especially since we don't have like control on what the tool can actually at some point say and where it can lead. And I look like with enthusiasm, with a little bit of reluctancy. So from your perspective as experts, you know what it is behind ChatGPT and also behind the Bing, down the new Bing engine and his like sentimental problems and the part with DALI. So I would like your opinion, your honest opinion as data scientist, to inform a little bit the general audience about this and how do you think that the future will look like?
I'm not sure if I can give a crash course on OpenGPT right now.
I don't think so. I cannot say yes.
What I can say is that currently we're still having tons of types of machine learning models, right? And right now, the parts that are trending, ChatGPT and so on, are really impressive technologies on which some people spend tons of money to be trained and to reach this level of accuracy, which is pretty nice. But we still have different problems for which we're using different types of machine learning. So no one is gonna spend all the money in the world for each product where we need some classification, for instance. And in this sense, I think what we really need as society is education. And I don't mean it in the classical sense, but making sure that we are always informed on these new technologies. And that we can make use of this progress, because as Ivona said, things are gonna change, right? Types of jobs are gonna change. We'll have new types of jobs that we can't even imagine right now. And in order to keep track with all of this, it would be useful to educate ourselves to understand what each of these things mean. And this way, it won't look like magic anymore. And we can look in history for this. So we're having now this discussion about ML and AI. There were similar discussions tens of years ago about automation. And you had Norbert Wiener, and he's the father of cybernetics, and he has tons of books on one I really love. It's called The Human Use of Human Beings, where, strangely enough, they're discussing the same questions that we are discussing right now, and they are reaching conclusions that would benefit us. So yeah, I think education in combination with looking at how the others before us have solved these problems would really be useful.
That's true, and I want to add here a quote from one of my favorite philosophers, like Jiddu Krishnamurti, that said that humans are never afraid of the unknown; they are afraid of the known coming to an end. So that's a very important thing to consider. And Alina, if you wanna also complete with a few sentences, and then I will ask the last question of the panel.
Sure. So what I would like to add actually, after discussing about education of the public, there are also points related to legislation, as we've mentioned before, and also to security, especially take into account the risks and the policies that not only, let's say, the general public takes into account, but also at a more industrialized level. From this point of view, not necessarily only ChatGPT, but also all these types of models that we have let's say, quite a hype over them. In the next years, what I expect, especially related to general public interaction with them, is that we expect that they have some magical power, that they can give us advice. But how many of you have actually looked at the disclaimers on all those solutions. Most of them, they mentioned that you should not rely on them, that you should not take advice from them, and you should expect some bias. And also, please take into account the fact that even if they rely and they train on correct data, that doesn't mean that the output will necessarily be correct or true.
Provide more accurate answers than ChatGPT. Obviously, everything that ChatGPT does must be reviewed by us, because this is why ChatGPT will not steal our jobs or whatever. But our jobs will be obsolete if we do not work with ChatGPT or with AI. This will be the difference. And regarding what you said, that we cannot fight this, the only our unwillingness to work with this will be our end. Because this is the future, so the only way to be in the future, to be part of the future, is to actually be aware that this is happening, and it's happening at a rapid pace. And I'm telling you, the things that ChatGPT can do, one thing that people do not talk about is how it increases your abilities as a leader. Because the way you have to instruct ChatGPT is it's emotionless, it's logical, and it's super specific. And it teaches you that maybe we are biased when we give a task to someone and expect them to, I don't know, be as we were once or whatever, or to be very good. But ChatGPT teaches us that you have to work with the product until you come up with the answers that you want from it. And I think that's a great training for us as well, because no one talks about how it can improve us as humans.
Well, actually, AI true purpose, from my perspective, is to augment human intelligence, to help us to improve, to evolve, but not to replace us, as you mentioned. I
don't think AI will replace us if we do not work with it. I'm like 100% sure that lawyers, for instance, will die if they will not work with AI. So this is because AI, if you give the proper instructions, the answer will be proper. It will be without human error and without emotion. And this is what usually makes an answer not be right. Okay, it will not go to court, I hope. I would rather have AI work contracts for me, or things like this, templates, things that are very machine-like, and for me to do more complicated tasks, more tasks that involve my capacity as a human, not to generate automatic answers from legislation. That is something that AI can do without error. And that is truly amazing. And of course, AI now has a lot of, ChatGPT, for instance, has a lot of disclaimers, because now it's in a learning phase. Now it has to learn from everything. So obviously, I mean, the first time I chatted with him, I asked him to make me a recipe for a bomb. And at first, he didn't want to, but after pressuring it, it did. So yes, of course, they need to have disclaimers, because otherwise they could be sued, because it's their liability, because they brought this answer to me. But it's fun, it's amazing, it's smart, and it makes us a lot smarter. Yes. But this is what I wanted to say. Disclaimers are all the time for
perfect.
any
we just need to read them.
Yes, we need to read them, and we need to have them all the time. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that. Unfortunately, we will have to wrap up, but I wanted to have a chance for one also to say something. And my question for you was before, like, what industries do you see like disappearing in the future, and what others appearing? But considering also the question with the ChatGPT and how, like, if us humans are going to be like replaced by the machines. And it would be interesting also to see that your point of view on that. And please be a little bit short, so we don't keep the audience a little bit longer than we expected. So just quickly.
Yeah. So it's not unusual that I think about such topics and trying to reimagine the future in the next 20 years. But to be honest, nobody has a clear answer. There are different futurists taking care of the topic. What I can nevertheless imagine is that many industries will be completely reshaped, many industries, energy included. And I think the power of reshaping will come definitely from technology, but will also come from the consumers. No? So I can't say one industry that would disappear. Probably the paper or paper archiving industry might be in trouble. But I'm really fascinated about what's going on. I think there are many things interesting and many opportunities for the society, for us, for everybody. And I think we should just be open and eager to learn about them, because this is a chance we have now, because we exist now in these ages and we have this chance, and we should take it.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I will leave the floor to Andrea if she has any question or if she wants to finish.
Thank you very much. I was listening of what you are discussing here, and I'll put a quick question. A question of someone who is not involved in the data science, and nowadays all of us, we are discussing about the robotics, about the learning machine, artificial intelligence, and from those who are not familiar with this, they ask, is any possibility of robots to have to in place the human being in the future?
So I think it's sort of a similar question as what jobs will become obsolete. I mean, I would say a personal opinion, probably bureaucratic translations. I know in France they love to have these big translation companies do this, but you can probably pretty easily replace that with ChatGPT. But I think content creation in general, especially for companies, so much resources goes into hiring content creators, specifically text used within corporations on their website, their brochures, in email client communications. So I think AI will transform completely the entire marketing and content creation industry.
Yeah, I totally agree to you, Clara. So also in accounting or insurances, we have a lot of paperwork, a lot of repetitive tasks which are done currently manually. So I think with AI, we are helping people to be more proactive, to be more efficient. And by this, I think AI is more a help instead of a replacement in case we make sure that it is a human-centered AI.
Well, I think yes, where it's boring. I really hope so.
A good answer.
In cases where things are, where you don't really need a human, where you should need maybe a fancier automaton, you shouldn't have a human there. We should value our work, and we should use the latest technologies and always improve technology in order to be able to do better job at the end of the day.
Yeah, I completely agree. I remember that exactly this discussion was like 4 or 5 years ago when we talked about robotic process automation and the same fears and so on. It's just cycle that people worry about that. I just believe that the human species and the society overall is just too smart to go to that direction. And I think we have the skills as humans to adapt to everything that comes. We've seen this in the last 3 years, we'll see it in the future. It's a matter of being open and embracing, understanding, working with it, and finding the limits, and then creating something new. So I'm pretty positive that in the next, in 4 years, we will be sitting here discussing about something even maybe bigger than AI.
Thank you. Maybe just to add a small idea, the fact that what I see in the near future, the human will not completely be removed from any other processes. Even if those industries are becoming obsolete, in some cases you will still need a human to monitor and to evaluate the, let's say, the decisions that the AI or the automatic process takes.
So we are safe from this point of view. Anka?
Okay, so just one last thing. I will not talk about what industries are going to disappear, but I'm talking about something new that is going to appear, and that is we will need an interpreter between the human interface and the machine interface. And I think that in the future we will need to find a specialist to make easier the communication between the humans and the digital human, and like a thing that I really enjoy right now, the topic, it's actually what makes us humans, because in the future we will need to find out if a robot is a robot or a human. So
this will be the next challenge. After 4 years, as Juana told us, we will be here and we'll discuss about this for sure. Thank you, ladies. Let's give them a big round of applause. And in this applause, I will ask the Vice President of Think Tank 360, Mariana Ungureanu, to have the final remarks.
Bună ziua încă o dată, vă mulțumesc tuturor doamnelor, atât celor invitate cât și celor din sală, că au ales să celebreze ziua de 8 martie alături de noi și să-și dedice timpul misiunii noastre de a promova data science-ul. Permiteți-mi înainte de a anunța live streaming-ul de la Stanford University să mulțumesc întregii echipe 360 pentru dedicația, perseverența, tenacitatea, răbdarea, chiar și în orele târzii din noapte pentru realizarea acestui eveniment. Vreau să mulțumesc partenerilor noștri strategici Wolters Kluwer, OMV Petrom, Ambasadei Statelor Unite, partenerilor academici, Academia de Studii Economice, Universitatea Forțelor Terestre, dar și sponsorilor noștri principali. Dar nu în ultimul rând vreau să exprim gratitudine pentru gazda noastră, Cercul Militar Național, care a făcut posibilă desfășurarea acestui eveniment. Vă mulțumesc încă o dată tuturor că ați avut răbdare să rămâneți cu noi până la final și rog, înainte de a declara închis lucrările conferinței, să rămâneți câteva minute pentru a-i onora și a-i celebra pe câștigătorii concursului Datathon 2023 și acum dau cuvântul mai departe.
Îți propun să rămâi aici alături de mine, pentru că știu că ai emoții și pentru că ne aflăm aproape de final, dar ce e mai frumos acum urmează? Urmează decernarea premiilor Datathon. Am să invit alături de mine pe doamna Oana Bucur, Head of Strategic Finance Project and Investor Relation OMV Petrom. Pe doamnele de aici am să vă invit încă o dată să le aplaudați pentru că performanța lor de astăzi. Și urmărim împreună, nu, desfășurarea evenimentelor, să vedem cine sunt câștigătorii Datathon din acest an.
Thank you. I have a huge honor to be here and give these awards. I know how much work it takes to be here in the first 3 positions. I know that this is an effort of people that will be on stage. It's also from their stakeholders to understand that they have to do this, be them students and they have families and they had to work through the weekends, I'm pretty sure. Maybe they had exams and the teachers had to be kind on them. Maybe they had conferences to prepare, but they were still dedicating their time to be the best in the Datathon from this year. I'm very happy and honored to have also 3 teams from OMV Petrom participating in this year, and I know that also from their side it's been a lot of effort, and I take this chance to thank to Cristi and Dorina. They are here with me today. They coordinated or were part of one of these teams that participated in the Datathon. Thank you very much. Coming back to the award, first place comes or goes to a team which is called Fantasticians, very creative. Let's give them big applause and invite them on the podium. I would like to especially thank to their teacher, Cristina Boboc, from Academy of Economic Studies. They are all from the Academy of Economic Studies. Ana Maria Oprea. Who is Ana Maria? Ana Maria Oprea, congratulations. Bianca Kotolencu. Gianina Maria Petrașcu. Congratulations, together with their teacher. Please come on stage, teacher. We wouldn't be here without teachers, so you should be here. Thank you. Wonderful, congratulations. The second team who should come with me here on the stage is called, I think you can stay here, not sure what is but I think you should stay here. The second one is called Abracadata. And I would like to invite on the stage another team from Academy of Economic Studies made up of Mihaela Kovrig. Who is Mihaela? Welcome. Bristena Margarit. Congratulations. Diana Kiroshka. Who is Diana? You are Diana, okay. And Ioana Berlan. Congratulations. Second place. Third place, goes to a team which is called, again, very creatively, Ava Research. And I would like to invite on stage somebody that actually created the stage. Anca Goron, Mihai Simedrea. Where is Mihai? It's just you, okay. Okay, congratulations, Anca. Thank you to all of you. I think we can have a group picture, right? And I wish I see you next year as well, with your teachers.